Hello, 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 ladies and stuff. There we go. There we go. Hello, I'm back. Going. I have done a whole lot of nothing. Um, I woke up this morning sore as fucking in pain. That's something I did. Watched like 3 YouTube videos. um, Other than that, I've just been sat around all day. I didn't even paint my minis. I mean, if anything, I progressed a little bit further. Baldur's Gate 3 Jack of all trades run, but other than that, I haven't really been doing anything. So tired as still. Uh, we're here. We're here. We're balling. That's what we're doing. In actuality, today we are going to be playing some more Rogue Trader. We're gonna keep going on that. Tomorrow we should be able to finish Celeste. And yeah. So, man, I've been looking at that art so much. I've been looking at it so much today, especially since I made it my background on my phone. It's so good. It's so good. I've been trying to think of like more poses and shit so that I could actually like commission Sugar to make more beautiful colored sketches. Oh, it's so good. So good. Um so I don't know. I don't have anything really to talk about. I oh, as for the Sonic Racing Crossworlds, we're gonna be playing well, I'm gonna be playing that with the boys tomorrow as well. So my thought process is that I'm going to try and beat Celeste tomorrow around midday. We'll do that on stream. And then I'll check with the boys and I'll see if it play some more Sonic Racing Crossword. I think that'd be pretty fun. So without further, let's go ahead and actually there we go. I had my first ever like OBS crash before. I kind of pulled up Shia's stream to watch for a little bit. I was like, okay, I might as well open up OBS and switch over to my creator dashboard. Turns out, bad idea to have someone else's stream pulled up while opening OBS, apparently. So, that, it didn't end well. It just kinda crashed. I was like, shit, okay. I tried getting rid of the crash message, and it wouldn't go away, so I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to just restart my PC. And that's exactly what I had to do. So, I do not remember what the fuck happened last. So, that's fun. It has been forever since we played this. What are we doing here? Control the operation of the administrative apparatus on Dargonis and audience. Arbites, make planet fall on dark. Oh yeah, that's right. I fucked another dude. Alright, let's go to Dargonis, I suppose. Got a whole lot of other shit to explore around here. Lord Captain, a transport shuttle bearing the markings of the Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Magos Tarsus's delegation intends to board our ship and get an audience with your lordship. This is exactly how they phrased it. He intends, not humbly request. Many of the tech comrades neglect diplomacy when interacting with it is regrettable. What do they want? The honorable servants of the Omnissiah have ignored our request. Such arrogance is hardly trivial. It rather appears to be part of their intimidation tactics. Punish them for their disrespect by letting them dock at the furthest and most dilapidated airlock so that it takes them an eternity to traverse the ship. Receive the delegation. They may indeed be here on. They're being disrespectful. They can walk. A most humane punishment, your lordship. Requesting permission to be present at the audience granted to my tech comrades. Sure. Oh, hey, I forgot. We apparently have the Arbites guy in our...
Onward to victory.
In our little group. Group dressed in the crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. You note that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tank priest and in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader. His hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 22, whom you encountered on Footfall. Huh. The enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar, not unlike a factory alarm. It makes your very bones vibrate. Herald's servo skulls marked with the emblem of the cog follow in his wake. They blare shrilly. Pause the music. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hanuman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offers their apologies for would like to inform you of the necessity of conducting an operation to detain, arrest, terminate a faulty unit on the rogue trader's territory. Solomon folds his arms. Your accusation does not follow protocol. You have no authority on the rogue trader ship. You do not account for Pascal's status as a member of his retinue. Shall I continue, or is the inadequacy of your arrest clear enough already? Oh, my boy. That's the man who railed me the other night. These statements are true. However, I am prepared to answer my tech comrades' accusations. Further intervention from the Unit Solomon is undesirable for ideological reasons. Study the two priests of Mars. You identify the rare armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a Secutor's plate, mechanized suit. It carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as a relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe to the point of endangering its operation. Gained 69 experience. Nice. Slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then, convulsions shake the tech priest's body, and a painful sounding hiss comes. Tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There is an air of concern about the way he frequently glances over at his fellow scrutinizing his condition. Who are you? In a burst of chattering, the servo skulls hasten to translate their master's mighty binary howl. An instrument of the Omnissiah authorized to punish and exact vengeance, known by the designation Tarzus Hanuman. Identification codes recognize and confirm these units are who they declare themselves to be. Who dares to arrive on my ship uninvited, asking for trouble? Are you Cogs? On what, actually I'd prefer this one. On what charge are you trying to arrest a member of my retinue? Damn! This heretic is accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on the world of Kayava Gamma, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. Deafening roar from the tech priest box makes you grimace in pain. You touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed. In the name of the Omnissiah, I condemn you. Lightning flashes across the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in the blare of his vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You're malfunctioning, tech comrade. I deem your logical conclusions questionable. Statement is false. Tech brother Tarzus Hanuman is willingly undergoing holy torment deterioration, which, however, does not critically affect his cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hanuman. We have information that implicates you. Having learned that you are a member of the retinue, a maintenance specialist in the service of rogue trader von Valencius, we have come here with the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. Oh, y'all came here for a fight. Grimace, does the big fellow have to roar much of a furious servant of the Omnissiah? Do you have proof that this tech priest is who he claims to be? Wait a minute. What is happening on Kayava Gamma? That planet belongs to me. According to Vox interception data, the planet's fabricator sensor made incorrect, blasphemous modifications to manufactorum working procedures, which qualifies as a lapse in sacrilege. The Adeptus Mechanicus are hereby officially notifying House von Valancius of having commenced an investigation into operation to remove fabricator sensor Cubus Delphim. Estimated time to procedure completion 3.7 solar years. Our data suggests that the unit, which used Magos Explorator Hanuman's identification code, performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. This fact points to this complicity, the heretic Cubus Delphim. Not handing Pascal over to you unless I see evidence. Let us get to the bottom of this matter together. Request approved, ready to work in cooperative mode. Tarzus gives you a haughty look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving tech brother Tarzus opposes lay participation in the investigation search for truth. Unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House von Valancius representatives' participation request. Trader's random member without any justification stands in the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Pascal has accompanied me on my travels for a while now. I swear to it that he is no criminal. Oh. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tarzus' consent to the co-participation of representatives on the Lancis dynasty in the investigation for sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse to help. I refuse help from laypersons. I'm a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grinds down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. Fucking try it, buddy. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand towards Tarzus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." You realize Pascal's words are coming from both his own box and Tarzus's. And every sensor on the executioner's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, and the wounded armor Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention, priority notification, service units of the Kappa thread. Supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command, retreat and reinitiate negotiation. Wait, are y'all really gonna fight? Are y'all really gonna fight me on my ship? On my fucking ship? On my fucking ship? Are we being for real right now? That's mighty dumb of you. I can't tell if it's mighty dumb or mighty brave. All I know is y'all about to die here in a second.
I know what to do.
Stabilize, because I think, yeah, that gives temporary hit points. Cool. Oh, what? What is bro doing?
My faith shields me.
Anyways,
Tested tactics are the best ones.
because we're gonna nice cleave
Victory is imminent.
like that.
I will do my duty.
Endure.
It will be done.
Brace for impacts. Pascal. Put you right here, buddy. Solom.
Mark the target.
Have you okay. So I'm gonna have him down. Start fucking. Argenta. Find where you're at. Sworn enemy, Tarzus.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Done.
Rejoice in battle.
There. Fuck them both up. Never mind.
As the Emperor commands, I
Claim
act.
bounty. Sidle. Wait, are these guys good? Maybe. Can't believe this.
Just a
On
minor
my ship. On my ship of all places. On my ship. You decide to come out here being like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do.
My vow is to
Y'all can't beat that fuck. I fucking. I shit. Heinrich. Oh damn, that guy has a lot of
I
health.
won't object to it.
Endure, you're gonna iron arm
Lord
yourself.
Captain.
hold the formation.
There. Just kind of
Accepted.
that.
It won't take long. They won't
Yeah,
expect this.
Snipe that guy. Canceling attack.
I define the outcome.
Servitor.
Easy.
Stabilize everybody.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
What is bro deal? Oh, my bird! Yeah, bro's just striking out at everything.
Violation of the firing pattern detected.
Yeah. I'm gonna sworn enemy you again. Aha.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
That.
I'll do it.
Donnie. Oh, nice. That one. Weakness, joint analysis.
I will endure.
Oh. Oh, I forgot about that one. That's a lot of damage. Let's do some more.
The Emperor is on our side.
Okay.
For the thrones, nothing stands against me.
Yeah.
We've got a job to do, Glato. I'll take it as a priority. Glato,
Apprehend.
we're undertaking this task. Let's
Apprehend
test our
again.
skills, Glato.
Get his ass, Glado. Done.
Moving into position.
That. Fire
Understood.
again.
One less.
Of wounds, even at
Face the living weapon of the Lex.
I hit it. I
know
can
what to do.
take out that sharpshooter.
Let's set this in motion.
Stabilize teammates. Oh, Scarix is almost down. Not hit the bird or the dog. Fucking dipshit. Alright, Abelard.
At your beck and call.
Strike.
Victory is imminent.
Your and your turn.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Gun.
I'll do it.
Gun.
As the
Bounty.
Emperor commands, I act.
Damn. Set a bounty on him. I was gonna say, oh god, we're lined up. Bad.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Slice.
Inquisition sends their regards.
That
Natural.
endure. Fortunately for you, you are in fact
Accepted.
kind of there.
I know what to do. They won't expect this.
Stabilize.
Time to redouble our efforts.
No, Scarix. My bird. Gonna pay for that.
It will be done. Indeed.
You are. Really? Ah. Bro,
Faith without
this guy.
deeds.
There we go. Christ. Come on.
Running binaric override.
That
Beyond the science,
slice.
momentum. I am a savant of destruction. My vow is to serve.
Strike.
Let's see to it.
You're.
Understood.
Damn, bro, this guy can.
It won't take long.
Fight. Oh, fight. That's
Easy.
load.
I said
Shot.
sit down.
Go! Glado!
It will
Kill
be done.
Tarsus.
One fewer target.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it.
Curl, please. Please,
for
I
the
need you to hit your shots. Please.
I'll do it. Eradicate
There
it.
we go. Oh my god. Requesting cessation of hostilities. Going to Tarsus, help your brother. Pascal, what did you do to Tarsus? I'm sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I'm not tired at all. In fact, I can finish you off to do yours. Unit that called itself Tarsus Hahnemann is dead, has been disabled. This material asset is beyond restoration or reuse as spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head and a binary requiem pours out of his box. Despite his misconceptions, he was a servant of the Omnissiah. Sorry that you had to kill a comrade. I also have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accused the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hahnemann of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarsus, I am not authorized to immediately execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. There are no apostates among us. The piercing voice from the Vox synth is more overwhelmed than Tarsus's thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarsus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness succumbed to the suffering that beset them. Their judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs and am requisitioning Tarsus Hahnemann's neural augmetic for the purposes of preserving his blessed memory. Mechanical or electronic cyber substitute file. As astonished, Tech Priest look on, Pascal leans over the slain man's body and extracts the augmetic from his skull. His movements are as precise as they are respectful. Pascal? Tech Priest makes an imperious gesture, stopping you. Each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony your Tech Brother Tarsus was in. His unbridled, pain-spurred faith intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voices to proclaim that the machine spirit with which his mind had merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will, and you watched a tragedy unfold in silence. 6. Universal law states that the comprehension is the true path to knowledge, yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of your comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There's a clang as Opticon 22's knees press into the crimson-coated heads are bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. A radiant light pouring out of Pascal's visor grows dimmer. Static creeps back into his face. The cycle be discontinued. That comrade. Pascal, there's one small point I'm not clear on. The fuck just happened? Pascal's Vox synth crackles somewhat tentatively. Decided to sustain my words with an excerpt from one of the Blessed Emernat's sermons on loss of internal and external function. Verse 4, my analysis deemed it appropriate. What is the reason for this act of genuflection? It's been a long time since the words of the Messiah of discontinuing were last spoken openly over public communication. Thankfully, welcome was returned, so he's not forgotten at all. So he's not forgotten after all. Messiah of discontinuing. Is that how you refer to Emmernet? Following Archmagos Amernat's partial cessation, removal from the chain of command, that was authorship attribute on a series of sermons on this cycle that were disseminated across the cognizance, was in fact a title used by many times past. I have no idea what they're saying. I'm just sat there, I'm nodding, I'm like, yep, yep. Statement is false, contrary to what many servants of the Omnissiah thought they knew, preferred to believe. Fleet's Supreme Conclave never formulated, issued an official statement on that decision. 37% of the Supreme Conclave's members openly supported Archmagos Amernat's views and were removed from the chain of command under circumstances that were classified. The Supreme Conclave has not had a quorum ever. No way, Amernat. Get unavailable, no reports I mentioned. Archmagos Barnat, since the incident on the Arc Mechanicus Hermetico, which led to the presumed destruction and disappearance of that voyage. My archive has no data of the Hermetico incident. The vessel was the blessed Amernat's base of operations. Lost then? Dale's voice filled with anxiety among his followers. Negative. I had no contact with Archmagos Amernat and never remember flock disciples' retinue. However, my analysis of the doctrine he outlined inspired in me deep respect for trust in the conflict between you and Pascal has been resolved. It received provides a basis for calling the fallen Tech Brother Tarsus' hypothesis into question out of respect for due to the lack of authorization. Followers of the Messiah of discontinuing, we will not proceed with payment, arrest, termination. Omnissiah knows all and comprehends all. Thank you, Tech Brother. Right. The Capathread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonus. Expresses gratitude for the hospitality ceasefire and proclaims its intent to return to football to resume performing its regular functions. The tech priest over at Pascal as if Pascal's Mecha Dendrite briefly touches the shoulder, who bows respect. I did not understand their words. Let's loot the body now. Let's go to the bridge now, I guess. Because, that was interesting. Okay. That was, in fact, an encounter. Good Captain. Alright. Back to this, so... Alright, they wanted me... Scan... Let's get Kibbles back in the party. Sorry, Pascal, I know you had your whole thing, but Kibbles is very good at things. Von Valancius Palace. Ha ha ha, look at that. Massive. Change the lordship. Glory to the great rogue trader. Oh. People whispering in ears. Lordship, Lordship, Rogue Trader. Lordship. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I am great. I am glorious. I am awesome. I'm very cool. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, I'm the coolest around. I'm so awesome. Clementia Sarian. Emperor protects. Welcome home, your lordship. The stately woman in a long full dress uniform makes a graceful courtesy. Short graying hair does not obscure her stern features. I am Clementia Orsarian, Court Chancellor of the Von Valansis dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonis, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all, but as one star expires, another always flares. And, although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you become Trade Dynasty's guiding light in Lamented. Abelard offers a nod. Clementia or Clementia? She nods in return and lines brow soften. Oh, what the fuck is up with you, Achilles Scalander? They're just slapping letters together at this point. The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming. Helios Scalander, secretary at the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dargonis was not darkened by unwanted troubles. It was uneventful, thank you, the Emperor. Stars, it was terrible. I did not realize my immense security was so illusory. We had some incidents, but those are irrelevant at this moment. The Emperor protected us on our journey. Achilles makes the sign of the Aquila and remain merciful to the end of time. Does your lordship wish to survey the grounds? Or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions. Governor Urban Drivestem has been notified of your arrival on Dargonis and will visit us shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time. What was your last name? Asked politely. But correctly, your lordship. I am of House Worsarian, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. Oh, granddaughter! Holy shit! Chancellor Worsarian has held her position at the Von Valansis court for many years. She earned Lord Captain Theodora's respect through acts of great perseverance. There's no room for doubt. Blood had nothing to do with it. The Emperor blesses those who strengthen humanity's domain through deeds. You have reason to be proud of your progeny. Thank you, Lord Captain. Well, Abelard looks at you in surprise, but then immediately puts on an air of indifference. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Captain. Why isn't the governor here with you to greet me? Apologies, your lordship. Governor Drivestom's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonis. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distances of your... Chancellor Rosarian appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with a rogue trader. I'd like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They're very, very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chamber are. Ilias's face brightens with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure. On account of your arrival, we arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you may. You're dismissed. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps, before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for a conversation. Achilles bows his head. I'm certain that you will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valancius Protectorate most useful. Alright. Okay, I guess. Oh, by myself. Wondering. Hit my bird. Whoa, everybody's scattered all about. Nobleman. 80 character. Lovely day it is, your lordship. Your presence makes it better. My lordship, I... Loot. Yoink. Ooh. Wasn't... No, Kibbles is... I got all turned around. How's it going? I wonder if there's an achievement for doing that. That'd be funny. Bella. Idle questions are getting... Well, unfortunately, they're not wanting to leave. Janus Messenger, head of Janus Delegation. Oh shit, there's things this way, I think. Because Argenta's... Stinking. Wonders? I don't know. And I love receiving attention. I feel so important. Found it. Not a whole lot of them. Mine better be the biggest on the list. Jade Von Valancius. Everybody go all the way the fucking here. The Von Valancius Palace. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna lay into that fucking governor, bro. For being late. I'm the rogue trader, motherfucker. Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. Main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject Achilles Scalander informed me that he humbly awaits you the opportunity to meet with you there. If your lordship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers. Alright. Damn, someone's grunting like hell. Awesome. What's this? Inscription on the statue is a gift from House. Okay. Anyways. Solomon! Rogue Trader, the Marshal is ready to meet with you. Commence the audience. For to first know exactly what it is that the head of the Adeptus Arbites in the advance wants to see me about. I do not know the details, but I would assume the procedure is same as it was in Lady Theodora's time. Personal introduction, a reaffirming of allyship between the dynasty and the Adeptus Arbites, a discussion of tithe-related affairs. Yes, I am ready to discuss our business. Damn, that's a lot of them. Makes me slightly nervous because I know what these guys could do. Marshal Gregoris Strux. Two markedly distinct figures approach your throne. Marching in front is a man clad in Adeptus Arbites armor. He carries his helmet in the crook of his arm, but his stern facade serves him as well as any visor could. He bows to you sharply. Marshal Strux of the Adeptus Arbites. An old woman walks in the marshal's shadow, her body fitted with dozens of scribing implants and magnifying instruments. If not for her eyes, quick and inquisitive behind a giant pair of ocular lenses, you might have mistaken her for an exotic servitor. Her robes are adorned with sacred symbols of the Adeptus Administratum. Prefect Inscribia Vulture, woman bows.
Rogue Traitor, Jade von Valancius. I, Prefect Inscribia Vulture, greet you on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum. I will now begin the due procedure of official address to the ruler of Dargonus as formalized by Amendment 4-N/10 Law SK-941. May your name be wreathed in glory for centuries to come. May your fortunes ever proliferate. May the God Emperor bestow upon you a duty worthy of his chosen.
Her monotonous droning is making you weary. It seems she intends to go on for a good while now. Get comfortable and listen to the end. The prefect zooms her elaborate formula. You notice a few poorly concealed yawns and frenzied blinking among the crowd. The speech drags on for another 5 minutes, but you pass this test of fortitude honorably. At last, the prefect's address comes to an end. Scribia, who would give their child a name like Abelard, what are these people doing in my defense name? I don't recall seeing you at court. What are you doing? Marshal leans forward. His voice is low, and when he speaks, it feels as though the marble tiles of the palace had begun to vibrate. the Adeptus Administratum delegation, accompanied by the Adeptus Arbites, has arrived to greet Lady Theodora's successor, to see to the extension of our decades-long.
If I may for you,
Prefect steps forward, dragging her feet slightly.
as per the decree of Theodora von Valancius, ORD 037/3N, the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites are sanctioned to use the Palace of Justice, oversee tithe collection in the Protectorate, and review any and all cases of tithe avoidance, tithe exceedance, or other irregularities. These rights have been formalized in numerous pacts and statutes under the main decree. Considering your new position, you may have yet to acquaint yourself with all of these documents.
Oh, fuck.
You are the successor to Lady Theodora, whose alliance with our two sacred organizations forever glorified her as a rogue trader, closely tied to the executors of Holy Terra's will, and we are representatives of the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, must verify that you are able to maintain this alliance that has brought such repute to your dynasty.
Hold on, I'm getting messed. Anyways, the prefect scrutinizes you as if trying to estimate your portions and weight.
That is why we have arrived in person, as the present circumstances have provided us with a chance to see if your intentions concord with those of the late von Valancius.
And what circumstances are those? The prefect's lips contort into a twist.
Our work has been disrupted by unforeseen setbacks regarding communication and transportation. As our requisitioned assets were not adequately prepared, we have lost some of our personnel and resources as a result. The arbitrators are too short-handed to perform all the duties expected of them. Since they first arrived in the expanse, their numbers, limited from the outset, have only continued to dwindle. After analyzing the situation in accordance with the amendment FS/893-24, Decree ORD-037/3N, we have decided to notify you of a tithe violation committed by one of the worlds in the region. This regrettable lapse must be rectified as quickly as possible.
The old woman shivers and rubs her augmented hands together within an unnerving creak. Are you implying that I have an obligation to help you? And which world was it that had the misfortune of drawing your attention? If one of my governors has missed a tithe payment, I will simply have them hanged and the debt collected. I will carry forth the responsibilities taken on by Lady Theodora. I offer you my help. Which world? Sarah, a feudal world far from the main, that was bereft of the Imperium's light, then rediscovered less than 2 centuries ago. It supplies agricultural resources and manpower. Carry forth the responsibilities. An arbitrator will be assigned to you for increased security. The Proctor Anthar, front and center. Marshal's voice thunders over the arbitrator ranks, and Solomon Anthar marches over to your throne, his cyber mastiff at his heel. Thank you for your support. I will go to the Sarah as soon as I can. The Emperor protects. Marshall makes the sign of the Aquila in a motion so sharp that you can practically hear it cutting the air. The prefect adjusts her ocular lenses with a weary sigh.
And once again, no specifics given, of course. In my report, nobody ever stops to think.
She quickly catches herself and offers you a bow. Yippee! I get Soul Award. And Sarian. Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber in a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Worsarian coat of arms indicates the highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the pass. Please let me know when you would like to see him. Sharp gaze, the impeccable straight back, the composure. For a moment you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself, not his heir. Judging by the scars on the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to assuming the position of... what are your responsibilities as Chancellor? To put it simply, I am your trade representative. Any and all decree deals official communication and first review forwarded to you and from you down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and other demesnes on Dargonis that you have inherited from Dora, and whenever you are present on Dargonis, consider me your personal secretary. What can you tell me about Dargonis? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with Adeptus Administratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems, in accordance with the care of the planet's population assigned to the Administratum, put it into servitor scribes. Oh! In case y'all didn't know, the reason why the servitors kind of like lumber around and shit is because they're a little lobotomized, which share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into now toil across the entire world. Dargonis is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. I may express my not so humble opinion. They care very little about who exactly helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do the prosperity of the Protectorate itself. And lastly, Dargonis has its own fleet, unavailable the vast majority of the world realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs airships that are used to transport cargo between worlds. Is Gabriel stay in contact? Unfortunately, not at this time, your lordship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonis went into a frenzy, some of the psychos were tragically pacified by the representative authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best, thanks to the of mankind that you managed. Thanks be to the master of mankind that you managed to find your way. Noble houses are so volatile. What sense is there in keeping? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy has formed within the rule of Dargonis. The houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree thanks to their kind of administrative works in their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone whom you consider surplus to the requirements, but right now, it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding. Are there any other issues that I should be aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonis was recently ready for humanity. However, the fleet command of Captain Artheus Worsarian triumphed over the accursed Xanos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have this Yeah, sure. Avoiding your gaze for just a moment for the first time, it's obvious that Clementia Clementia is looking out for House's name, but despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell that she's not entirely. Tell me about Governor Drives. Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonis, but throughout the. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between the Von Valancia systems. Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargon. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Thank you for your report, Chancellor. I serve the Von Valancia's protector. Achilles Scalander. Cause any problems? Why, none. Oh, you. Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the Von dynasty. They're banging. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being. They're definitely fucking. And he has proven himself quite. Without a doubt. And I don't know, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. Last word brings a slight smile to her lips. Governor can wait a little longer. I still have matters to take care of. Certainly, your lordship. However, her thin lips twist slightly. I do not concern myself with the governor's feelings, but I must warn you, your action or inaction may be interpreted in a certain way. Now, if your lordship. Well, I still haven't talked to the one guy. Where's he at? Achilles Scalander. Slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing, pressing a gilded respirator to the face. The man takes several breaths. Achilles, been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She's in good health. She sends her regards to you as well, as her wishes for you, Swifter. Heinrich frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my view will continue. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. Also foolish as to fail to notice a conversation in code. Your insight deserves credit, rogue trader. Then again, I expected nothing less from Theodora von Valancius. Heinrich looks at Achilles. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the throne under my. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who's engaged in other matters in the Crown's expense. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes with the orders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lord Jade von Valancius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Voigtford's accomplices. Know anything about what has become of Conrad Voigtford, the former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty? Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Argonis too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately. Once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. First of the rumors he started was that you were responsible for the sudden. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive signs of death, but it seems unlikely it's got to everyone. It's allowed doubt in secret. Promise me a report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate.
God.
I have always forwarded all official reports to your senator. As for the conversation having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its content. See, Lady Theodora, may have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonis's political. You, however, have only just arrived on. and I thought it would be best to bring speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonis, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever's the weak, whoever they deem to be weakest. Nobles of Dargonis are well respected and powerful individuals, held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition power, attain and add to their lands and the families I would recommend giving particular attention to drive stems, bricks, and sourbacks. I should also mention the Versarians, not a noble house, say, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, the blue blood's great displeasure. Tell me about the drive stems. Drive stems are the ancient governor house of Dargonis. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the Von Valances protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban drive stems rivals seem to have the misfortune of raiding Xenos raids. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the drive stems, but we lack solid proof. It might never surface. Closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the Von Valances heir, not a servant. Makes the Gaprix special. The Gaprix hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives there are many servants of the Omnissiah. Itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in business connection. The Gaprax oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate until recently. Ever since the astropath communication with Kiava Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. Can you tell me about House Sourback? Religious and hardworking, Sourbacks own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately, members of the Sourback family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the Von Valances dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to the worlds without proper oversight. I'd like to know more about the Wersarians. The Wersarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora Seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Royal Navy, from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonis, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for many decades by the old kings of Dargonis. And secondly, the other families do not see, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. Versarians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of the on crowds. After hearing all that, I now feel the urge to have every one of those psychopaths executed at once. I want to see what he says. That Achilles shrugs. You are naturally well within your right, Rogue. But remember that this will cause the multi-layered bureaucratic system of Dargonis, your entire protectorate, in fact, to come apart at the seams. And that's not even considering the likelihood of attempted reprisals from their families and allies. I would hold off on sentences. Act with restraint and wisdom. Present for all to see sufficient proof of unwanted house's guilt. Do not mistake me. Mass executions are one way to solve your problems, but in that case you should weigh up every possible scenario. Enough about nobles. Was there anything else you want to report? There was, your lordship. And this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet. Xenos and the threat they pose both to you and to humanity. The last few months have been difficult for the report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronis expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the Imperium, many of my... I'm sorry. That's straining my voice. I need to switch to regular voice. Give me a second. Disappearances in the Immaterium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to tools who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Alias looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Jade, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes intervention from a rogue trader, and it is my voice disaster. What are your responsibilities? Officially, I'm a secretary at this administratum department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. Sure, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs the entire Cronus expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I am still trying to re-establish contact with. Tell me about Xenos. Residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle, receiving reports from ships that made it warp to Dargonis. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We've identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat. Sorry, and humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue ship should they find the circumstances in favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in hopes of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Achilles glances at the data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station, Langren's bell, is being used by a pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the chancellor of the dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to scoundrels yourself. You know anything about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking activity. I'm certain that Master Metallics can tell you much more about your unofficial Ilias's amber eyes flash with interest. You truly serve the rogue trader or the interrogator of the position? Ilias quickly glances at Heinrich. And whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne, the Protectorate? Could it be that stems from so? Is there any sense in discussing it? I want a list of all your agents and the means to contact them. Argonis has no need for spies from the Inquisition beyond. I've learned other questions. I sincerely hope that I can answer everyone. Scars on your face, what happened? About Higaff's 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of permission exploded at the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul. The skilled physicians of Dargonis saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity behind it remains missing. Yeah, we already got. power to supply you with intelligence on with next protection against Xenos and find the information. Context will serve you well. I beseech you, if I ever were a threat limit. Yeah, I read that. According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivesome has arrived at court. I imagine the Chancellor is already prepared to. All that's left is by her. Alright. Let me just like quickly look around here. Woods. Cyber Eagle. Finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His polished jaw augmentation reflects the palace's interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lucarius Carmelin, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. What kind of curiosities do you sell? Darius points to his eagle, still smiling. Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The man is modest, as few in the Imperium can afford such luxury, but I'm glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Sirius's wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart and I'm a rogue trader and I seek the rarest of curiosity. Sorry. My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all the expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast myself has its limits. There's a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom, which he has refused to sell to me. The ship is called the Renegade's Fall. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I'll send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. Beautiful eagle, what's its name? Its polished jaw shining, Lucarius extends his hand toward the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Aquila. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Aquila is an integral part of my life, as I am of her. With a shrill cry, the eagle stamps her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic groans, while the merchant is still smiling as he modestly puts his hand and out. Apologies, Aquila is still getting used to my replacement extremity. Do you like the old one? Judging by Aquila's displeased look, the bird's fondness for her owner's original extremity was of an elementary rather than affectionate nature. Was your friendship with Aquila the reason you needed those augmetics? You are exceptionally observant. The man laughs softly and melodiously, then shakes his head. Developing a friendship with such a noble creature is a thorny path. And after a moment of especially profound disagreement, I had to have my hand replaced. But this, Lucarius touches his jaw implant, his pride evident. This was purely for the beauty of the thing. I used to be passionate about finding rare augmetics, and could not resist having them installed, even if they were made by, shall we say, not purely righteous hands, but the fine craftsmanship, the razor-sharp outline. Please keep this a secret. I know the Red Priests don't condone things like that. Let's see what curiosities you have. Door open. No. No, door open. Step outside. Okay, so that's just a fast way to. Abelard, what do you have to say? Words. On Cassia. Pascal. Anything to say, Pascal? Alright, let's do this. Done, I'm ready to see the governor. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Jade von Valancius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the Sacred War and ruler of the Cronus Expanse, from the Cranach 100 Dreams. I bid you well. Urban Drive Sem, governor of this great world, first and foremost, accept my deepest condolences. Be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. Citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate beside you, please allow us to declare half a honor the memory of our beloved. Governor glances at Kibbles anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks at her again, but when Kibbles lets out a grim chuckle, lips daubed in fresh blood, petrifying grin. The governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing. Theodora von Valancius deserves more than that. Declare a year. I will immediately give all necessary instructions. Casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator. Esteemed Jade, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy. Together, and let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the von Valancius Protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the powerful sanctioned psyker who sent and received messages in space using their telepathic abilities of Dargonus flew into a rage. They had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the roots are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them. Given that the vast majority of the Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the von Valancius dynasty, billions of its subjects, is presently at risk. Gunrad Voigtver, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonus? Governor pensively strokes the ring, glittering on his. Lord Voigtver visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. Heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering and the come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of viable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumors and misinterpretation, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue. However, Conrad Voigtver was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. I sentence all who have dared to make heretical remarks about the rogue traitor to the servitude in perpetuity. machines aren't prone to dissidence. I shall immediately make all the arrangements to that, so that your order can be carried out properly. Drive some bows. What exactly do the Dargonis nobility expect from me in light of the loss of routes and communication with other worlds? We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus that supplied Dargonis and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of the communication with the industrial world Kayava Gamma. But if you wish to know my opinion, that deserves your attention the most is the penal world Vibos 6. One of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Such intriguing concern for Vibos 6 outposts. Doesn't your house happen to own the extraction station? Drive Sim's beady eyes widen in fear. Your lordship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Vibos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find supplies elsewhere and arrange for new shipment. And in these troubling times, they run risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valancius dynasty. I've already visited the Agri-World Janus. Governor Viet found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. The Viet line is one of the oldest in the Von Valancius protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation would have been extraordinary. Senza succumbed to worshipping the ruinous powers and was executed. She is no longer in charge of the world. She is dead. I've delivered this one. Drive Sim pales in terror. It is clear from the unseemly grimace on his aristocratic countenance that his fear is not feigned. Ruinous powers? Truly horrifying. I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies of humanity. That does it for the planets and trade routes. What else? Xenos, your lordship. I don't rightly know where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his nose wearily. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Cronus expanse. They have been a menace to the worlds at this side of the Maw for decades. But now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty, outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonis. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vibos 6 has been a particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now, to issues on a smaller scale. There's a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the sacred. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about it?
Command the spinners of the blood-spun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution dimension. We will whisper names, and that whisper will
crown out. So Kibbles, I entrust this burden to the blood-spun web, unravel the tangle of plots and foil them. Right, the promenade. Yeah, Kibbles, do it. Be done. Let the sacrament hunt. Cold sweat breaks out on Drivesim's face. He forces a subservient smile on his face. This will bring the noble houses into line for years to come, your lordship. It will make them fear not only blasphemous words, but also their own shadow. And one last thing, your inauguration as bearer of the sacred war. Inauguration as bearer of the sacred warning is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship of being represented on Dargonis by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem. One moment, which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonis. The Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gapric family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Sauerbachs, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Rosarians, who have some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any of these houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. How's Sauerback? Grefsum's face breaks into a bitter smile. I shall immediately relay your commands, most gracious rogue traitor. Thank you for your time. I'd like to complete my inauguration as rogue trader as soon as possible when it's a ceremony. I'm afraid that until you deal with pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central worlds of the Von Valensis Protectorate are going through a crisis, and the war disturbances, if void observes are to be believed, an important guest from region. Tell me about yourself and House Drivestem. It would be my pleasure to enlighten. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonis. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the systems subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the And to my greatest pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. That'll be all, I take it. Thank you for your time, you lord. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Where are we? Oh, we're in my chambers. Fuck. Where does door lead? Door leads to outside. Oh. Oh. I'd just be out here staring. Oh, this is a nice cinematic. Okay. Anyways. What's this? What the hell? Multi-melter? What is in here? I want. Oh, my bed. You. No. Said there was a person that said that they be at my service. Interesting. Hello? Love the colors. Oh, just catch a bird. Hello, magical chest. Magical chest of wonders just out in the void. Oh, that's weird. Okay then. Who outside? We have a number of quests. Now embark. Very low. Very, very low. Understood. Damn, I'm moving. Undisciplinacies. I don't know what this is. I just clicked it. Oh shit. Terrible news from Dargonis, Lord Captain. A subsidiary Hive City, Scipion 84-249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production is halted and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of the residents? caused this catastrophe. Still unclear, the noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilles Scalander, stationed on Ash, died heroically trying to save the population from disaster. Final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with the consequences of the crisis to investigate the causes. Say my advisors. Death of Achilles' agents troubles me. It may not be a coincidence until the causes of the disaster can be concretely established. I would avoid letting refugees. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wastelands between the hives.
The Emperor forbids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I'm sure that the ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions, a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy spirit.
The noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. And yet it is their duty to see to it that the planet meets its tithe of and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let the aristocrats see to the refugees and not stop until every last one of them has. Scipion. It's not. Argenta, see to it that the ecclesiarchy does not ignore them.
He who dares remain deaf to the pleas of the destitute shall be branded a traitor.
Large labor settlements were set up around the ruins of Scipion 84-29, and the refugees from the wastelands and neighboring hives have been rounded up there. In the harsh wastelands, scorched with the industrial poison, with only a bare modicum of food and clean water, the settlement residents have begun the arduous and dangerous have fallen home. Many of the ecclesiarchy's priests sought to share in this burden with poor souls, going to their villages and preaching to them about the righteousness of hard work. Some priests have even chosen to stay in the camps permanently, where the desert cults of Aconite martyrs have begun to gather around them, glorifying the Lord Captain for granting them the right to suffer for the glory of the God Emperor. Profit factor -1. This one. So a new hive city will be established. Palace extasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins of Scipion for the aristocracy. The dead and the dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these treasure chambers. What a Jade gains the nobility is perfection feature. Empty. Orium. Surviving spine of Scipion will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an emporium, accepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. That's pretty. But we're gonna go with restoration because I feel like it. Ecology, colony management. Janice! Still in progress as well. Argonis has just started that one. Lovely. Let's go and scan these worlds. Ooh, I don't know what that is, but we're setting it up on that. Some of that. Nothing, just go out to this outer asteroid belt world. Scan. Dead world. Ass giant. Is there anything else to do on Argonis? I don't think so. I guess that means Argonis Expanse. Because I think before we could undertake the ceremony, I'm correct, he said that we have to deal with other matters at hand. And if I am correct, that means we need to deal with Vivos. Go to Sarah for some reason. There was also over here, Gavagan. So start some new courses. See what the fuck's going on. So we need to go all over the fucking place. So let's go up. Rebel. Your lordship, this is Infernus Master Montag. I urge you to intervene in the so-called investigation that the Master at Arms has organized. The enforcers are out of control. They're assaulting people, depriving them of food and water. Your servants are dying for no reason other than Mistress Sourback's desire to impress you. I'm sure that they won't dare terrorize them in your presence, or at least show some restraint. Are you so concerned about the situation? Someone has to be. My clan and my family are among the persecuted. Couldn't stand and watch them being tortured, so I mustered the nerve to address you with the request. Very well, I will lead the investigation. I thank you on behalf of your people. Don't delay. Your lordship, there has been an incident in the wardroom. The esteemed Proctor Anthar's dog Glido won't let officers into the room. At the esteemed Proctor's request, he was assigned a space to work there. My word, not the whole area. Some less than sagacious individuals tried to lead him out by the collar. Poor fools. Medicaid officers cannot get them out of there now while bleeding. The esteemed Proctor is nowhere to be found, so we must ask your lordship to deal with the beast. Shooting the esteemed Proctor's dog is something we would prefer to avoid doing. What is brought on this behavior? Not the slightest, Lord Captain. Who knows what might be going through that killing machine's head. For Solomon, duty officer reported seeing the esteemed Proctor heading off to the holds to carry out an inspection. I've already dispatched runners to find him, but until they do, just immediately. Praise be to the Emperor, Lord Captain. I'll be waiting. So many things happening on my ship. Oh, so many things. Oh shit, level up. Not that. Yes. Yippee. Like power related to the Cyber Raven. And of course. I kind of regret picking the Cyber Raven. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's get more. Abelard. That one. Fucking higher, baby. Uh. Damn. Much further along than. Oh, because he's level 25 for some fucking reason. Okay. Awareness. Make this has to make sense. Asia has a lot to level up. Hey, Glido. Hey, boy. Glido paws spread wide and growling menacingly. Scans the ward for his scar with a scarlet visor. Blood smeared kinetic jaw clangs, sending sparks frozen on the sidelines. Animal terror. Kevin Glido. You've seen enough of Glido in action to confidently recognize his combat mode. He's capable of ripping off a person's arm or head in a single motion. Approach Glido. Hey buddy, how's it going? Glido looks straight at you, letting a Vox-enhanced growl unfurl from his chest. Twitchily moving his paws, Glido flattens his ears and tilts his head to the side as if puzzled. Protocols that force him into combat mode are likely in direct conflict with the protocols that require him to protect you as a high-ranking individual, and now an agonizing struggle is raging inside Glido's mind. Here, hurt me, place your weapon against your neck, obey or blood will be spilled. Good boy. Easy good. The good boy lowers his head a little, clearly primed to leap onto your chest and face off. You wouldn't dare hurt me. Looking Glido right in the eye, you loom over him intimidatingly, slowly but inexorably. Reaching toward his neck, the dog lets out a low growl, his jaw opening slightly, but your heavy gaze seems to keep him into the ground. Taking Glido only by the collar, you see his whole body go limp, and he lies down helplessly. It is only now that you notice the small data slate on the table behind Glido. It seems strange that Solmorn would have left a personal item containing data practically out in the send Glido to be monitored by the tech priest. Glido, have you been guarding that data slate? You're mournful. Judging by the crest on the case, it belongs to Solmorn. In the first notes, you find entire dossiers of observations of your senior officers and retinue, their habits and petty vices, acquaintances, and psychological profiles. There are also notes about you, in which the previously dry observations gradually turn into something much more interesting. Read your file. Your eye is drawn to a line listing character traits. Among the positive ones are determined, confident in his privileges, courageous in battle, and magnetic charisma. The negative traits are somewhat more numerous. Oh no. Arrogant, lacking in righteous terror of the Lex Imperialis, unable to entrust tasks to subordinate crew members, and out of nowhere, allegedly kleptomania. Tell you the last lines about you. Final notes reveal the fruits of Solomorn's obviously taxing mental efforts. Your known and suspected tastes in music, food, clothing, and jewelry have been painstakingly documented. A list of gifts that might please you has been compiled, including favorite type of weapon, ornate combat, servitor, and fancy garb like that corrupt credit. That fancy garb like that corrupt bureaucratic word. Oh, like that corrupt bureaucratic. Yeah, okay. Vague ideas are sketched out in truncated phrases, delicacies, candles, a spot on the deck with a nice stars, hackenide or good. Visit the Janus greenhouses, prepare conversation topics, even jointly track down and end some psychopath. The line choir of repentant criminals perform a serenade is written in red. Ooh. Ooh. A shall speak to Solomon about this further. I'd be immensely grateful if you would also remind him to stop scattering his valuables around the ship, Captain. Well, I mean... I mean... I wouldn't mind. There was also something else to take care of, right? Bridge that got to... After all. Decided against going to the dangerous location in person, however. That after death of the last victim. Affected. Name was lost, the industrial. Yeah. Seen fit to lead the search for the starting with. Has seen fit to lead warrants void according to information about some of the plans of the final dawn. Pass. Trade. Brownham has no certain audit. I ship. However, my captain on the bridge. Find the dolman and oh, that's probably a thanks. Heinrich, hey, you had a thing for me, right? You want to discuss the nature of your mission?
Yes, but not here.
Oh.
I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
Oh. Come on, you voiced that. You could have. Okay, thank you for finding an opportunity. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. Welcome the chance to assist the Inquisition with its inquiries, found Calyx. Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. Interrogator smiles, but his eyes remain cold. The business then, the call of the final dawn. The madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Cronus Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of your domain. Why would Ordo Xenos agents investigate a chaos cult? You're well versed in how the Inquisition is organized, Jade. Yes, and initially our arrival in the Cronus Expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos. But there is more. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I will be able to someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. Chaos Cult and my protector. Heinrich, are you laying an accusation against my dad? Or Inquisitor mentioned in his letter that he's willing to show lenience toward my actions that would otherwise be interpreted as radical. This one. Chaos treads softly. Main danger of secret cults and sects is that they are like seeds. They can remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until an opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous present. The emergence of a cult on one of the rogue traders' planets does not mean the dynasty head himself is worship. Having said that, it be noted that Theodora von Valancius was famous for a loose interpretation of freedoms granted by the Warren. Heinrich regards you with a probing look. A bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgressions. If it is indeed so, it is in your best interest to do whatever necessary to redeem it, and then perhaps you will a chance to salvage your dynasty's reputation. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I am surprised the Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge the weakness of soul and mind, even in someone who only recently accepted the burden of a lofty spies on the Von Valancius world. The person I mentioned is not a spy, but a secretary to the Administratum Department on Dargonus. The planet's governor and Theodora were fully aware of his status. His duty is to fulfill the sacred oath and eliminate threat to the Imperium, which the Cronus Expanse has in abundance. His name is Achilles Scalander. As soon as we contact Dargonus, I will introduce you as the new head of the dynasty. I'm sure you will appreciate the presence of such an advisor among your subjects, and I suggest you heed his words at least occasionally. We'll know more about this call of the Final Dawn. Chaos worshippers, most often agents of the throne, run into lone renegades stirring up the rabble. Insane prophets and historical visionaries preaching the end of days, a passing comet, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves in quiver and fear. Much effort in the blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne was spent before we established the connection between heretics. However, the cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people on imperial work. There's a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close. And finally, they have enough military power to have had the two that we had sent after them later discovered as. The growing difficulty in making warp jumps is detrimental to us, but is unlikely to inconvenience those who engage. Heinrich sighs. After the events of Rykard Minoris, I suspected the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale's domain, but the latest reports indicate it's your protectorate that is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. I've already agreed to give. What else? Rogue traders. The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and followers of the Omnis themselves. I will be frank, the answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos or you go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Cronus Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching the strategy play out. Why did your suspicion fall on Kiava Gamma? disjointed pieces of data that finally merged into a single picture. Additionally, not long ago, a vessel from the world arrived on Footfall. The reports from the crew were confused and alarming, making me fear a planet-wide rebellion. We had a Chaos Space Marine on our Cad Minoris. Do we risk running into his brothers? I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later. Jade. Chaos Marines siding with Colt is very, very bad news. Most likely they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. These traders seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with a squad of Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines in the current expanse and not an entire company. Of Chaos. Commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fate of billions of people and dozens of imperial worlds, which is why you need to be ever more vigilant when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled up in them. There's enough discussion about the archenemy servants. Tell me about the Drukhari who stole Rykard's son. Heinrich Wences Kari, one of the branches of the Aldari, an ancient and vicious Xenos race. Those creatures are a living terror to ordinary people who fall prey to their raids, for the simple reason that the victims are not killed outright, but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, the Drukhari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from captives with uncanny expertise. The ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technologies greatly surpass the capabilities of standard Imperium auger arrays. The objective of their raids is never to capture a ship. No, they are only interested in fresh victims. After filling their holds with living captives, they disappear into the webway, different dimension, which conceals their great stronghold, Pomerar. Dark city of the Drukhari, from which none can hope to escape. Interdimensional space, also known as labyrinth, links worlds, sectors, stars from. Heinrich studies your expression. I do not know why the Drukhari stole Rykard's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played into the arch enemy's designs, or perhaps Aurora's divinations in fact described the Drukhari's actions. There's only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There's no alliance between the cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply... Let's go about my business. Is there anything else I need to know? Let me put it this way. You may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. I want to sex you. I'm here to help you in the fight against foes you may not even be aware of. You have my word that I will provide every assistance in uprooting the heresy that has sprouted on the Von Valensis worlds while the Master was away, and that I will try to be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. Heinrich inclines his head. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord. Alright, let's go talk with other companions. That's Heinrich. We need to talk to Kibbles and Pascal. Pascal thought would be over here. Astus. Lord Captain. Master at Arms snaps at attention. Lord Captain. Master at Arms snaps to attention, ready to carry out your order. Why are you wearing for? I want to know anything. Chambers. With them was entertaining. Sarvax's gaze becomes very still. What? Excuse me, Lord Captain, what did you just say? I invited them to come and have a swim with me. They're fine people, a good conversation. Yes, they immediately left their post and jumped straight into the tub. It was a joke. Hey, no heed. But of course, that is what I assumed. I'm not gonna snitch on them, otherwise they're gonna get killed. Let's look for my companions. Can I go down? I don't think. What's this? Oh, this. Activate the control. Operational. Oh, I pressed the button. Well, that's what happens when I press buttons. I guess. Gas wires on the floor. Kibbles! Hey, Kibbles, how's it going?
Domin.
Kibbles puts away the dagger she's been using to reopen her fresh. Oof. You torture your own flesh. What is the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood.
Red flag.
Each wound is a symbol of our service to him.
Red flag.
Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself.
Flag so red she dyed it red herself.
Death whispers to me, you are worthy of bearing his marks. Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
You notice several officers exchange worried glances at, as they eye the blade in Kibble's hands. I presume this would not be
I have
painless?
not felt pain in a long time.
Red flag.
But yes, your body will certainly suffer.
Red flag.
Embrace the pain and make it a part of you. It will be your salvation.
Very big red
even
flag.
on your darkest days.
Absolutely not.
A boon cannot be given to one who is not ready to receive it.
I'd like to know more about the sacred mystery.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us.
I don't like that.
He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
Why do you call yourselves spinners?
Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more.
Satisfy my curiosity for the binding ritual.
Then follow me, Domin.
Officer's deck? Okay, I guess. This can only end perfectly. There will be
Are you
no
ready
issues
to
here.
step into the labyrinth, Domin?
What exactly are we gonna do?
This is the ritual of binding. By the Undying One's will, our fates are now as one. But I must still guide you into the maze of my mind. Although it is my predestination alone to walk its corridors in search of answers, your image must become part of the tangle. For I am your shadow, Domin, and your presence will aid me in sensing whatever threats may be looming over you.
Where's all this on the floor?
Instructions, directions, a depiction of the puzzle that can only be solved within one's own consciousness by following its bends and turnings. I do not require these lines to find my way, but for you, they will serve as a guiding thread.
Alright, Kibbles, let's
Your
do
weapon
this.
for the ritual. Watch the lines on the floor. You can only pass through the gaps. The rest, you need not know. Enter the labyrinth, Domin.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, sword fight. Crazy sword fight.
You are now upon the path. Your shadow now walks the labyrinth, and my gaze can now see when danger draws near you.
Tell me what this really was. What is the true meaning of this, right?
You are not required to understand. You have joined the ritual. That will suffice.
I did not mean to offend you.
Your words have caused no offense.
Yes.
The labyrinth has accepted you. We have danced amid the crossing lines and minds, and by the dance, we are now bound.
Okay. Okay, I guess. Alright. Cool. Let's go find Solomon. Let's go find Solomon. We're gonna go find Solomon. Cassia. Oh shit, Heinrich, I forgot about your whole thing. I'm sorry. The Infernus Master nonchalantly lights Iho stick. Oh wait, that was like I gotta go somewhere else. Solomor!
Greetings, Rogue Trader. I would like to report that Glato and I have finished our initial inspection of the upper decks. The list of infractions ended up being 5 pages shorter than expected. I'm beginning to worry that a servant of the Lex might have little to occupy himself with aboard your ship.
Am I imagining it, or do you seem relaxed? No, what is... Oh? Oh. Hello, Glade. I don't know if this fuck things up, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Solomon, I happen to read something here, and I have a few questions.
How unfortunate. Well, I'm ready to satisfy your curiosity, but I would plead for some privacy.
Continue this in
I imagine you want an explanation.
Explanation will be appreciated. You're not obliged to say. I don't want to do this. I wish to know if this creation has a second ball by the author's imagination. Thorn lets out a quiet sigh of anguish. I'm sure that is the first of many jokes you've managed to think of already.
The data slate contains my observation log on you and the members of your retinue. I use it to record habits, personality traits, and noteworthy facts.
Red flag.
With regard to you in particular, more than that. I think you've already come across notes of a different nature. Thoughts about how one might make overtures toward a rogue trader.
And a less stern man look the proctor gives you slightly look. So you're spying on us. How did your notes end up in? Someone tells me you left your data slate in a figures place. Purpose you left. Parts? Are you talking about these overtures? And what made you muse about how to make? How did your notes end up in the wardrobe?
A foolish mistake. I'd been working at my assigned desk in the wardroom, and like an idiot, I left my data slate in there. Glato recognized it as an important item belonging to me, so he went into guard mode and started chasing off anyone who might encroach upon it.
Huh.
You know, you're lucky Glato didn't rip your arm off when you took the data slate from him. I'm sure he had a hard time deciding whose safety was more important, yours or my notes.
So much to learn in your. Let's see. Let's see.
I will not repeat such foolishness in the future.
What made you muse about how to make overtures?
I made a fool of myself that night. There was an intimacy between us, and perhaps it made me anxious. Or perhaps I wasn't prepared to feel so strongly, but I did feel it. I think about you, and about what there could be between us.
Oh.
If you do not feel the same, tell me. I will understand. If you do, then I want to apologize for my rash words before and take them back.
Ooh. Such a romantic Solomon. Where did you acquire such experience and self-assurance in matters of the heart?
I would not call myself experienced in the subject. I've never met anyone who captivates me the way you do. I simply prefer to speak plainly.
And if I agree, this will be something more than one night of fun.
Much more. And something much more significant to me. I am not brazen enough to aspire to any official status, but I can promise you my friendship, my fidelity, my patience. I'm talking like a fool, aren't I? I just enjoy being with you, and I'd like to express that feeling openly.
How have I sobered you?
There is no simple answer. If I say you are special, it sounds hackneyed, doesn't it? But it's the truth. I've never met anyone like you before.
I have to ask, which of these ideas was your favorite?
I can show you.
Ooh? Oh! Oh? The fighter's strong hands, accustomed to holding a weapon, rest on the organ keys with unexpected delicacy. His fingers flit confidently over the keys, producing a melody at once vigorous and full of restrained tenderness, tremulous expectation, and searing yearning. Solomon's face is frozen in a mask of contemplation, but his hands dance, alternating between weightless caresses and precise, bold strikes.
I've never played for anyone before. This is me making an overture.
I kinda wanna risk it, but I kinda don't. Difficulty modifier -15. Oh. God, there's no right fucking... You're a musician, how can you hide such a
I'll
talent?
settle for the title of organist in residence if you don't ask me to play anything else. I only know this piece.
Play well.
Everything I do, I aim to do well. Perfectly even.
What's a 50% chance? I don't want to risk that. Gesture is well received, your words are forgotten.
I'm glad you gave me another chance.
Oh, the dog spawns between us. Okay, I hate how sometimes I think I don't know if it's the like quest bugging out, but every so often there's like a quest that it will give me. I saw the one from that one guy and it was like, oh hey, check out this one thing. I think it was the officer's deck I needed to go to. My tank. I don't know. Don't know. All I know is, you know, sometimes it'll like do that and then it'll give me another quest immediately that I have to go. There we go. Yep, there it is. His lordship, the rogue trader, wishes to handle the investigation personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Genevria is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there's Captain Hrotko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of... After carefully assessing the officers' bearing and their uniforms, Abelard nods with satisfaction. Drilling is good, the service record's excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field. Oh damn, everyone's... what are the findings thus far? We've discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We're still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into the bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for genetic aberration, but the mutations identified are all norm for late masses. They're being rounded up for interrogation this week. When taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment, beatings, mutilations, torture, public execution, Cyberback almost possessions, ways of making people suffer. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work one. Why are you all the way the fuck over there? Not answer the question of how you intend to organize this process. So far, this looks like a fire and obscure den. Although I don't know what else one can expect from Archer's Cold Eyes sweeps over the room. Amateurs. Sourback furiously jerks up her chin. Our methods may not be up to the highest standards of Adeptus Arbites, but they will get us the results we need. I swear it on my honor as Master at Arms. It is inhumane. I order that you immediately cease using these barbaric methods. Lord Captain, these methods may be brutal, but their effectiveness has been proven over centuries of practice. No criminal will confess if you ask them politely, but if you shatter their fingers and courteously remind them how many unshattered bones they still have left in their body, that is a different conversation altogether. That is how the truth is born. The Master at Arms is capable of finding other methods of seeking it. Sourback's glove creaks as she grips her maul. Her gaze remains cold and calm. As you command, Lord Captain. Do you have any working theories? Mutants are plotting. Vine spits in disgust. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague. It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life, it was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hrotko is convinced that it's work of Voigtver's surviving cultists. However, I believe this is to be a warning. What we need to establish is who's trying to warn us and string hypothesis. I doubt it is that simple. Mr. Sourback, grant me access to the investigative files. I have my own thoughts on what's going on. Of course, Master Interrogator. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the body was discovered on a suspended platform not far from the room with the artillery sphere. Take a left once you're out of the mess hall, your lordship, and go along the balcony. Corpses on the next platform. After the one holding the Infernus Guild, the corpse is on the next platform after the one holding the Infernus Guild suspects. I'll show you around the scene once you're there. Infernus Guild suspects? Yes, your lordship. They're undergoing interrogation like all the rest. The scum refused to comply, so they were isolated on a separate platform. The Inferni are a rotten bunch. Must be involved in this. Captain spits contemptuous. Let us begin. My people are at your disposal, Lord Captain.
Let's seize the moment.
Furnace worker. Hey, what's up, buddy? Good. Swear on the throne. Captain.
Let's see this through.
This looks horrible.
Marching ahead.
servitor.
Venture forth.
Worker's ruined body lies in a waxen pile on the platform. His face is crushed, his throat open, and his body riddled with cuts and lacerations. Above it stands Captain Klein, the dim light filling the light. Forehead with shadows that bleed down his furrowed brows, and bits of his hand trembles faintly. It might look human, but what's inside is all wrong. Only wrong. Started the autopsy yet? I have, but heroes on the enforcer's face deepen. I'll get back to it in just a moment. Something matter? You look pale. Klein hesitates, avoiding your gaze. I suppose a dozen mutant revolts on Darkonis for Lady Theodora. I've torn the freaks to pieces myself, but to open one up, sink my hands into the impure guts infested with mutant. I've seen this aberration utterly pervert the human form. The thought of it touching me, disgusting, infuriating, but I will overcome this. Will indeed, Captain. If you like, I can recite a few paragraphs from the regulations to enthuse you. In other words, the Captain has a phobia. Such irrational fears are common among veterans who have faced the enemies of humanity. This is a most unfortunate set of circumstances that won't help us here. I was drenched in his blood. If the mutations were contagious, I would have been mutated by now. You haven't mutated yet, your lordship. Fucking hand me that scalpel, I'll perform it. Skin and bones part, and the stench of rancid meat hits your nostrils. Klein empties his stomach over the deck railing. Fighting the urge to vomit yourself, you peer at the vile mass of subhuman entrails. You submit to fear and revulsion. One foul corpse is nothing to someone who has triumphed over his own fate and achieved the impossible. You look at the mutant's insides without a moment's hesitation. Vestigial ingrown arms wrap around what looks like the vile semblances of familiar organs interlaced with scaly vile. Oh, fuck. Your knowledge of Xenos is enough to infer that the murdered man may have been subject to Xeno form has not simply been distorted, but mixed with something strange, something profane. It is as if you were dissecting a seed that should have evolved into something more complex and alien. Argenta reflexively raises her weapon when she sees the mutant's rotten insides. Fiery rage in her eyes seems capable of incinerating the abomination as thoroughly as any flamer. Vestigial limbs, tonus formations, the far beyond mutations that one would consider common or acceptable. Let's locate the killer and find out what they managed to learn about this creature. Judging by the damage, the most brutal wounds were administered posthumously over the top of those inflicted while the victim was alive, as if someone deliberately wanted to make it harder to identify the victim's cause of death. The truth is, the killer acted quickly and with precision, suspended the body upside down. Blood. Jade, take heed. All these mutilations are a facade. They were inflicted post-mortem, clearly a while after. He died instantly, stabbed to the heart. He was killed by a professional, someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Let's take the twisted abnormalities of the sides make you wonder if he could even be considered human at all. As you probe deeper, your hands find something lodged in the victim's skull. Someone has stuffed a black feather in his throat. It's difficult to say why. It could be meant as a symbolic gesture, perhaps a man. And the righteous woman prayed, the beseeching, plotted to destroy. He heeded her call, and the feather of a radiance sprang from, and as if guided by his hand, brought forth the names of those who had nurtured foul treachery. Legend of Saint Quirine, verse 15. Is a sign, Jade. Look for identifying marks. Some difficulty, you're able to discern a mark on his neck, almost ruined by the wound across his neck. Tattoo of a skull, valve in his mouth, and a string of letters and numbers circling. SP-246- a scalpel way. The enforcer offers you a rag soaked and disinfected. That was foul. Your lordship, I must bend your fearlessness and insight and apologize for my weakness of spirit. My shameful fear prevented me from doing my duty. It will not happen again. Shame on you, Captain. An officer's duty is to be a support to the Lord Captain, not the other way around. If that burden is too great for you, you should consider resigning. I speak plainly, veteran to veteran. Modicum of sympathy is buried deep within the Seneschal's. Learning the under character. When the investigation is complete, you shall join the mutant corpse disposal unit on the lower decks. Lion lets out a ragged breath and then draws himself up straight, speaking in a clipped tone. Yes, Lord Captain. Someone tried to conceal the victim's identity and cause it. Lion takes a closer look at the precise wounds you made almost undetectable beneath the mutilation. You have a keen eye, your lordship, but why would someone do that? Then leave the body in plain sight. They could have just disposed of it. There has to be something more to this whole bloody business. You turn your attention to the foreground. There's no spatter, no gobs of flesh, no bloody footprints. Fortuitously trailing into the butcher. Someone stuffed a feather down his gullet, a reference to legend of Saint Quarine. Spotted, your lordship. No doubt you've already reached the same conclusion. I will state it for the official record. Vile mutants do not make illusion to saints. This is someone versed in. Someone stuffed a feather down his gullet. Feather? A raven feather? Hard to come by on a ship. Investigate where it came from. I have a bird. He has a tattoo on his neck, on a few symbols. That's the symbol of a pipe warden clan that maintains the sewer systems. SP stands for Senior Pipe Warden, followed by his identification number. Ginevra is working on the work log cogitator. She can use it to learn the victim's name from his number. The cogitator is
Over there. Victory.
Right there.
kind of look. In here, boy. Agitated by someone.
Stay sharp.
Doink. Indulging in the kleptomania I was accused of. This was the main. Somehow managed to. I don't know. Not fresh.
Let's seize the moment.
We should deal with this.
Notice a few drops of blood that somehow managed to.
Searching ahead.
You are obstructing the investigation, esteemed tech priest. I require the information stored by this machine spirit if you refuse to cooperate. Petition rejected. A lady has befallen the machine spirit of the honored master cogitator Iota 3B. Unauthorized anguish will worsen its condition and impede treatment. I will not stand for such acts of brutality against the Great Elder. Show you brutality, you blasted cog. What is going on in here? Great esteemed tech priest, Androveda Fee, does not seem to realize the importance of investigative action or grant anyone access to the master cogitator. And Andromeda Fee's Macandrites creak as they bow before exalted ruler of the vessel. I mean no, not to harm, but to protect. I merely care for the machine spirit's health. It has fallen ill of late, and now its temper is worse than ever. If the laywoman starts torturing it now, the venerable spirit may take offense and leave it forever, taking the logs of the toils with. This must be prevented. Why do you seek to access the malfunctioning cogitator? The work logs are on it. They might contain information that leads into our suspect. Andromeda Fee's vox explodes in a furious binaric roar. This laywoman does not even know what she intended to inquire. Blessed elder, blasphemous disrespect. You need to investigate the cogitator in order to obtain information about a certain pipe. Ruler of the vessel, why do you insist on interrogating an elderly soul when it is in such a miserable state? You're making a mockery of the omniscience tenets and the privileges of the priesthood of Mars. At my word that I will treat the machine spirit with due respect, you may. Point your weapon at the cogitator. I will count to 3 is crazy. Yeah, my word. Andromeda lets out a screeching sigh. Access privileges granted. I preserve the prerogative to interrupt the interrogation when I detect a slight threat to the machine spirit. Alright. A approach the lumens on the master cogitator's bulky hull light up peevishly, and cooling filters breathe an exasperated sigh. The machine spirit appears to be in a rotten mood. Curiously introduce yourself by inputting your back for the machine spirit. Proudly present your levels of the machine courteously. After an unnecessary long verification process, the cogitator recognizes the possibility that you may be the ship's Lord Captain. A string of techno-lingua on the vid screen tells you that you humbly ask for the data on the toils of the ship. Beside it itself with anger, the cogitator sprays you with sparks. As its vid screen flickers, you hear spiteful and find yourself staring at incomprehensible symbols. Apparently, the spirit refuses to fly on account of some blocker A403. Oh, the spirit is truly unwell. Why else would blocker A4 prevent it from sharing such data, especially after a log ritual? You'll say that you'll persuade the machine spirit to cooperate. I should. After a heated exchange of tech commands, the tech manages to appease the spirit with crypto protocols of praise and to convince the elderly machine that the sacred blocker has erred. Clearly irritated, the cogitator noisily chews the air with its cooling fans, but it inquire about the cause of the old cogitator ailment. Test failed. Your question upsets the spirit terribly. The honored cogitator is so incensed. Its expression that you cannot comprehend what it's trying to say. Your tech anger. Request information. After mulling over your question for a while, the spirit recalls that the number is assigned to a senior pipe warden by the Ordo. It's Orto and his partner spent the last watch servicing valve 27B, which supplies
After finishing up the maintenance, only Ordo's partner reported. It's the same valve that was used to pump the blood in the bath chamber. That's the same valve that was used to pump the blood into the bath chamber. That must be where they killed Ordo before dragging his corpse onto the deck. First information about the pipe war. First cogitator feigns ignorance out of spite, pretending not to recognize your request, but after 4 more attempts, the spirit takes pity on you. Ordo's partner was senior pipe warden Gwendon, number SP-268-55. Gwendon has not reported for duty since the incident. We have our suspect. It looks like Gwendon killed his fellow worker and put on this entire bloody spectacle. Rodko is the one responsible for arresting the rabble, so he'll be our best candidate for shedding some light on this Gwendon character. The honored machine spirit is tired. It cannot bear any more of this torture. I see that you got what you came for, so I would ask that you let the elderly have their rest.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Where the fuck is Rodko? Rodko. Dude. Rodko. Hello. Rodko looks on sourly as angry widowed enforcers attempt to interrogate serfs without violence. When he sees you, he nods nonchalantly as before. Yep. How fares the interrogation? Satisfactory. We are maintaining fear and respect among the rabble as we go through our suspects. We will find the culprit soon. I swear it on my... There's a senior pipe warden by the name of Gwendon among the suspects. Escort him to me. I will question him. Rodko frowns as he taps on his data slate. Gwendon. Yes, we have him here. He is waiting his turn. We'll bring him over. I have information of your decision to question one of the suspects, Lord Captain. I consider it my duty to be present for the mange. Oh. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. I thought you said he was still waiting his turn. Why does he look beaten half to death? Those are merely the preliminary measures before the interrogation begins in earnest. Your lordship, a suspect becomes more inclined to speak if you give them the baton first. Stand and proceed. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Rodko grabs the worker by the lapels. Gwendon's coat flies open, revealing the cult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Reticle brands, cultist scum. Gwendon yells, bearing what remains of his... Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. He burst into a fit of hysterical, theatrical cackling. Give ourselves a model cultist here. There's a ritual, a curse, a plot, and he even consorted with them demons. How kind of him to confess to all that immediately. He's admitted to everything, the vermin. I've insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voigtver's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. Rodko casts a sharp look at Sourback. How did you kill your partner? Well, I grabbed myself a rusty saw and started hacking at him. Then I pulled out a dagger made from a virgin's bones and stabbed him. Oh right, I also cursed him first. It was only right. None of the wounds on the victim's body could have been inflicted with a saw. There were no dagger wounds on him either. And who's this dark and almighty patron of yours? Master Malachi the Dreadful. Him, yes. Name sounds strangely familiar to you. Perhaps such a demon does indeed exist. No, fucking thing. What are those marks on you? What do they mean? Ooh, succeeded. These are my cultist marks, so I can put curses on people and talk to demons. He pokes a finger at an uneven semicircle with 9 arrows coming out of it. This one's called the Hame of Terror. It represents 9 archdemons. I always pray to each one first thing in the morning. You're unimpressed by his half-baked attempt at drawing the 8-pointed star of chaos. He was surprisingly quick to talk. You realize he was done for. Besides, the heretic will take any chance they get to gloat about their wicked ways. Heinrich, do you by any chance wish to ask some questions of your own? Tell me, Gwendon, why did you kill his lordship's seneschal? Well, because he saw me do it, a witness he was, so I cursed him first and I killed him too. What a shame, he was a good man. Either a suspect is delusional or he's lying. I would assume it's the latter. Enough with these theatrics, Gwendon. You're no cultist. Why are you so intent on vilifying yourself? Man, blanches and starts bawling. He gives up on his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of a common worker. Forgive me, I'm not Gwendon, and I'm not a heretic. God's my name. I'm a laundryman. Have mercy. They took my family, and Enforcer said she'd throw me out the airlock if I don't confess. She made me draw these ugly marks on myself. Abelard casts a significant glance in Sourback's direction. Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Miss Sourback. This is ridiculous. What enforcer? Name. Give me your name. Ginevri. Her name is Ginevri. The failed heretic raises his hand to his face, and you see many purple bruises. They're older than the other by several hours. He was evidently beaten long and hard and would have been screaming the whole time. Someone must have witnessed it. Ginevri. The steely edge in Sourback's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Gwendon myself. Lord Captain, would you have us execute the demon worshipper? Oh no. Oh no. Hang the heretic. Even farcical symbols and mentions of the archenemy are capable of corruption. It will be done. Lord Captain, the evidence you have collected is sufficient to apprehend. I will report to you in the mess hall, and we shall bring the investigation to us. The investigation. I don't like being I hate that I chose dogmatic as my first run of this. I should have gone iconoclastic, bro. I don't like being dogmatic with this. That dog be barking at all the doors, bro. What the hell?
Onward to victory.
Master Sourback. Sitting perfectly fine at the table. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden Gwendon has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions that you wish to address before we hear from Gwendon himself? Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly, let's go over the facts we have on the sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation. the perpetrator concealed themselves for that very reason. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Sourback glowers at Ginevri, and she pales with fear. Claims that you coerced him into lying about himself. What do you have to say for yourself? I may have conducted his. How many others? Broco requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing. Swear that accusation. Transcript says you conducted Yacht's interrogation alone. Why? Because I can handle a single one. Ginevri raises him proudly. Captain Ginevri, all the evidence points to you. You were charged with sabotage and consequence. Who was guarding the body? Ginevri. Klein reluctantly. Oh, it was Ginevri. Klein reluctantly nods at his fellow enforcer. I relieved her when I came to inspect the corpse, which by then had been cut. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor on Sourback's. The corpse was already looking like it came under my purview, but I could not get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided to. Captain Ginevri, all the evidence points to you. You're charged with sabotage and consequently sentenced to death. Ginevri stands with dignity, neither arguing nor begging for mercy. She surrenders her weapon and allows herself to be. Klein watches her with a expression and passes him something in. It takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the pipe board. Senior pipe warden Gwendon. The pipe warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his middle height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior pipe warden Gwendon, honored to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess to everything. You are the real pipe warden Gwendon, are you not? I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. A pipe warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. It is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP26855. My work partner was the late Ordo, number SP24601. I oversee the water supply systems on the upper decks, sectors A3, A8, and R2. That includes valve 27. Make no mistake, I've verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by other workers. Why did you kill my partner? What? Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the servant of death commanded. Said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Odo, my partner. And I, well, gulps. I was scared, so I obeyed. First spinner? Are you talking about the vizier of the blood-spun web? Yes, that's him. He leads the death cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. The spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. If the vizier ordered it, there must have been a reason. And dying one must have revealed something to him. Kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Ordo and I always got along, and if he wasn't much for talking, then he shudders. A servant of death came from the darkness, ended him quickly but harshly, let him dry and put a black feather in his throat. Told me to pump blood into the pipes and left. Wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did. Whom do you mean by this servant of death? A holy slayer in black and crimson and bone. Feared by all, they are quiet and merciless as death itself. They come shadows to kill because the Emperor commands them so. You've already met the servants of the blood-spun web, Lord Captain. Their grim procession is not one the upper decks was. Summon the vizier of the blood-spun web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will, Lord Captain. Your lordship I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it. But here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes, and I know them a lot better than all this people's business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I could still smell rust and metal, though not so much thoughts. And as true servant of the Emperor would, I'll have you provided with the best ocular implant for your work. If you're deceived into becoming an accomplice, I will not punish you. Give him lashes. Hopefully he will think more carefully about whose order politics. Drench the rogue trader in blood. Did you expect to walk away afterward? I think not. I think this. Nah, give him. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Lordship. I'll serve you faithfully, and I'll never forget your mercy. Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web treads lightly and silently, as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly, Domin J. See me, so I have come. I have summoned you to discuss the actions of your decrepit worm. No. The deeds be. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood into the bath. This affront. Old man's murmur drowns out Sarback's relentless voice. Domin Jade knows the truth, so it was done. But so I did. It was no affront, but see, my hands to fine unsullied martyrs offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see a roiling, unclean, staining face, reaching for the anointed Lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me bathe the Domin in the blood of he who must go, and they who must have been, and they who have been righteous, for this will shield the Domin and strengthen his body against the roiling unclean fade. Claim that you did it because the God Emperor willed it so. I speak, move, and draw breath because he willed so. I defy not the Undying One, either in death that gifts and takes, nor in my living essence. Gibbles, did you know about this? When I saw the wounds made by the hand of fellow believer, I guessed. But the Vizier chose not to warn you, so placed. If there had been a plot against you, knife aim, given you a sign. But the Vizier means it's your servant. Where your other subjects' threads are clear and straight, his lie shatters secrets. Trust him as I do. Man you killed. Who was he? I know not. I heard only that, and I knew. Listens to the empty space above his shoulder and yes. Need no more knowledge. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that so fucking much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you're gonna kill someone mercilessly for no other fucking reason other than you heard a voice in your ear say, bathe the person you serve in this random guy's blood, you should have at least the courtesy to know the fucking name of the person you're killing. You heartless old son of a bitch, I hate you. What do you mean by visions have been false? Vizier's lips curl into a smile. I held the cards of his tarot washed in the blood of the righteous. They make no mistakes, neither does he send false vision. Only mortals, they who read the signs, they who interpret. What do you mean by the roiling unclean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters in old pipes. Oh my god, I just realized. I was thinking, because like the entire plot is around the Aldari, right? I forgot about the Gene Stealer cults. The fucking arms inside the body, the extra arms, that's Gene Stealer. Oh my fucking god. It promises, its promises are the deception of smart. Its face is elusive. Master of Arms, are you convinced that we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your lordship. Sarback makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor has sent us support and protector of mankind, guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. God Emperor, I thank thee for protecting us, even though there are instruments of your protection whose purity and holiness I may never understand. Jade, regardless of how regularly you kneel before an altar, I advise you to take this warning seriously. If I am correct in my suspicions about what is transpiring here, I pray to the throne that I am not, then you can indeed consider this incident a sign that the Emperor is watching over you in this ship. Could it be a coincidence that the victim of the ritual was a genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you can tell by their faint smiles that they find the very idea of doubting the Emperor providence absurd. Why so cryptic, Heinrich? If you have any theories about what is occurring here, share them. My theories are classified information of the Inquisition that I cannot divulge without good reason. Evidence comes to light that confirms my fears, I will disclose everything necessary. If, however, my concern is baseless, I would not wish to get knowledge dangerous to you without cause. All the Bloodspun web will face no persecution. If you think that your tales will save you from punishment, I will not have murders and whatever. Coldable, you're fine. Whatever. I don't care. Vizier freezes, listening into silence and nods. Yes, yes, I will tell him. He turns his stone-shut eyes to you once more. Your seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we remain grateful. Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair. Starback, the investigation must continue with the book and Webb find the mutants breeding on my ship. The investigation must continue. No spinner of brave warrior from the Yeoman's circle can find the roots of the unclean, or it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human. Fuck, we should have kept Adira. With anxious silence falls the moment Starback says this one word. She narrows her eyes. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well, let us find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about it. Benny Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey. How can the choir master of the astropath be of use to us? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that not everyone here is eager this matter to master. I would say the one least eager will be Master Whis himself. Last time his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. Not to put too fine of a point, we nearly destroyed the ship back then. Incidentally, he had given us multiple warnings that it could happen. Lady Theodora ignored him. The results. Oh, why do I get the feeling that I know what will happen next? Firemaster, help. The esteemed Zachary Whis can perform the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual as rare as it's dangerous, and only someone as versed as Master Whis can accomplish such. He's done something like that before. Once, Lady Theodora made use of his service spies on board. Apparently, had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor. Heinrich clears his throat. As far as I know, the Inquisition's involvement in the matter was never proven. Spreading dubious rumors is a precarious habit that you do well staying from. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the forces while you consult Choir Master Weeks, Lord Captain. I've been sat down for 2. Where is Choir Master? Lettered for a strange named person that I've never heard of. What's your story? Man of indeterminate age bows his head, his robes are spotless, and his rich collar constricted throat. The unsettling smell of medicine hangs in the air, and the man's pale eyes look. Greetings, your lordship. George. Majoris, is that your. Boreas examines your face and hands critical, and gives a satisfied nod. Let's go. The consequences of charge through fire have been successfully remedied. Make note of it. One who treated my burns? Treating the Lord Captain is a job for the best Medicaid practitioner on board. It's me. Tell me about your responsibilities. My job is to save lives. Your officers, develop vaccine, onboard epidemics, discover new methods of. However, I spend most watches listening to about their many forms, managing the junior Medicaid officer, fighting. Rather irritating. My duties as not the most compassionate of healers, are you? Compassion has nothing to do. I prefer conversing with diseases rather than patients are aggravated. Certainly, man. There are many. I am ever in search of solutions to dangerous afflictions. My latest work involved studying a particular powers the person's skin. It is already claimed it doesn't lie. I have learned much about the. I hope I have satisfied your curiosity. How did you come to serve on my flagship? I was the master healer on a world that belonged to the deck. I had managed to cure someone who was considered doomed, not because of this, but because a certain self-priest had tried to cure them with prayer. After I put him to shame, he started spreading the rumors that I owed my skill. I sought refuge under Lady Theodora, experienced balance in my family. You're not actually a heretic, are you? You serve the Emperor. Fellows' eyes flash indignant. My expertise is the result of hard work and accumulated wisdom, not some paltry sorcery. I employ my craft to save his children. That should serve as better proof of my innocence. The customs of Corda worlds truly so uncompromising and blind to read. You teach a man to read, you raise a bright heart. I believe was one of the favorite local saying. As for demonstrating the superior knowledge of the vice of holy ecclesiastics, well, that kind of defiance was sure to put. Naturally, House Corda still hasn't educated and capable of. However, anyone who is permitted to learn does so under strict supervision. I've heard Lady Zendia's ship, dedicated department for sages and keepers of knowledge, resembles a prison. Faith can work miracles and cure those who are beyond. It's rather careless of you to get involved in that. Something else. I don't. No. I clicked the wrong one by accident. Oh well. May talk to him again some other time. However, what was the choir master? Ice, where are you? Wait, I can look. Agitator, notice expanse map. Now, Eric, master, on tag. So what does that mean? Apartment. That means I would suspect that's where I gotta go for the fucking thing. Damn. Anyways, Choirmaster Wise turns toward you long before you reach him. HO runs down your someone watching you from inside your room. You summon your will and drive out the unpleasant sensation. The Choirmaster smiles sadly. Your lordship. And yet, I can guess why you've... With all due respect, I'm... consider... Did you rather not take part in the search for mutineers? It is my wish to be useful, but you have come for with the ship in peril. A ritual of this kind can and certainly will go the worst possible way. The predecessor came to me the same orders once. Nothing. Please believe. Say a mountain of corpses. Problems. You have performed the ritual before for Theodora. Many years ago, there was a time when Theodora anxious. Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor's interest in her affairs firstly, what we say, trust in her own subjects. She was expecting a betrayal. Eventually, paranoia brought her to I performed the ritual. Choir ceased to exist. I remember that day, little captain. When we arrived at the chapel, there was blood and human remains everywhere. But that was the terrifying things we saw there. It was the nature of this ritual. It takes the entire choir's power to such a number of minds. I weep so steer. See other so 10,000s of thoughts. Seed of corruption. Are you so worried about the ritual? Lord Captain, proverb about staring too long into the abyss. What you are asking for is tantamount to plunging the entire choir into that abyss. A ritual require incredible force from its participants. It will take a single careless thought, single glance in the way back to human minds using it to one another, vitrified, inside, still. As perverse fantasies vesting flesh. Nothing will stop them. Spreading all in the blink. And even if I agree, I would need a second telepath and a shield my mind. Fuck! Got rid of Adira. The last time my best apprentice Adeline It's no longer. She was exceptionally talented, rivaling herself. Now, Psyker was found in the service of one of Scale's planetary governors, and thus unavailable, which makes your enterprise an impossibility. How bad was it? Worse than you can imagine, your lord. It only took a fraction of a second lingering inside another mind. One of the masters control their own. Fiction spread down the chain like fire. No one was spared. Minds of my charge could not withstand the consciousnesses were caught in a vortex of aliens. Fortunate ones died at once. Rest. Argenta makes the sign of the Aquila. Protect the souls of the stricken and take them under your wing, that your faithful servants may find peace. How did you survive? I managed to send out a call for help. Best to contain the phantom on my own, Lady Thief. I was the only survivor I acquire. Her ladyship allowed me to spend a month in a secluded cell upon walls I drew powerful, protected hexagrams I knew. I was crushed. I was broke. Most of all, I was afraid. Afraid of the same fate as Adeline, my other apprentices. An astropath must never be a radiant ship. One who yields to fear dies, and those around. How did you replenish the choir? Lady Theodora bombarded the Adeptus Administratum for months with requests to provide her with a master path choir. In the end, new voices did fill the chapel. They were never told what choir, but they have inklings. And I prayed to the God Emperor that they never find out the details of that tragedy. How's a ritual like that even possible? It is akin to heresy. It's not heresy, but it is indeed a dangerous. Only yield to a mighty hand. That time, things were going all too fire. Many voices like never before. Adeline, my other talented voices, sounded louder than the rest of astrophiles in all of the expanse. We were strong and confident enough to take a bold, and with. One thing is, I'm interested to know, was successful that time? Did you find Power Master, the Choir Master cowers as if concerned? I did find it. Price. Yeah, anything. Got the name she wanted, but was it worth? Tragedy remained a secret. Couple, but hair's breadth, becoming an epitaph inscribed on the sheets remains. Blame Theodora, but it was on your watch the disaster. Fair say my predecessor being herself there. Captain mistakes instead of see. That is the harsh truth. It's not be. Find a Psyker who will help you perform the ritual. The risk is too great. Well, if it's Gene Stealer Cole, we need to, because the the results if we don't are kind of very would be very disastrous for the Cronus Expanse. We can find a Psyker who will help you find the Fire Master smile. Though courteous, seems ever so slightly sarcastic. Heinrich is a Psyker, he could help. I could help with the ritual. That's right, I am a Psyker. I'm a Pyromancer, though. Mentioned knowing a powerful Psyker. I could help. Wise's smile has a hint of condescension. With all due respect to your unquestionable talents, Lord Captain, I need a Psyker capable. Specific branch of psychic knowledge, that being telepathy. Heinrichs. Master Van Calix is a brilliant biomancer, Your Lordship. but as far as I know, he's not particularly adept at telepath. Psycho's detective. Is he? He's right, Jade. I know some of the fundamentals, but this isn't my primary field. Mention knowing a powerful psyker. Master Herman is a seasoned telepath, but his lord would never part with an incredibly valuable specialist. Sizable amount of money would be necessary to organize my Master Herman's escape. We'll find a more honorable way. That means we will have to kind of a faint, hopeful smile appears on his lips. And he gives thoughts of being considering all the dangers of the ritual. I must take my leave. We'll figure out something for it. In the meantime, back to the bird. And it. But was I don't think Adira was Adira. No, she was dimming. We just arrived here. Armor full. Oh, pirates! Let's get in these two planets, then we'll fight us some pirates as ending. Kind of, because I'll still want to explore that planet that they're covering. Augustin. This is a meteorite. The ship's augurs have detected a non-native mineral on the planet's surface, probably the remains of an asteroid shower. The substance is valuable, but collecting it will not be easy. The asteroid sits right above caverns. The ancient tunnels in are incredibly unlikely. Crew's expertise made it possible to collect the mineral without disturbing the ancient. We have plenty of plasteel. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that stuff there. No, it's got some resources. We'll leave it for right now. Okay. Provisions, always good. Sting. Unknown. Alright, let's fight some pirates, explore this planet, and then we will. Do this shit. Fighting me some pirates.
Enemy void ships. They are marked for death.
Got some toughies here. Got some brave fuckers here. First of all, can that hit? Yes, it can. Fuck. I forgot. How do I send out my...
Launch torps.
Send those guys.
Just heading.
Here. That.
Cannon. Volley. Fire.
That.
Well.
And then we're
Direct our course.
shift like that. Starboard shields. I use the both ability of one. Post. Field master. Interceptors. Oh, they're gonna start running like little bitches. No, you don't.
Unify the battlefield.
You're getting destroyed, motherfucker.
Destination locked in.
Meow.
Engage the
Fire.
batteries.
Fucking torpedoes as well. Fuck it, sure. Destroy those torpedoes.
Cannon. Volley.
Meow. Fucking love small ships. Boom. Got rid of those torpedoes. Oh, they're running now. Oh. Oh, you made the mistake of engaging me.
Direct our course.
Even though I'm gonna do this because I really want to destroy that fucker. God damn it. Can't hit him. Fuck. Out of range. Can't really do anything that. I'm gonna send the ships after that. What? Oh, that and then hit him.
Commence blast fire.
Boom, baby! Oh my god, that came in for the clutch. Hey, how's it going? Plasma torpedoes make a complete 180. Switch targets. Ooh. No, they're destroying my little ship. My tiny little ship. Dun 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 dun.
Helmsman, follow my command.
Turn it around, baby. Make that. Reinforce right side shields. Field master. Sir. Oh. Oh, they're gonna start. You're gonna We're doing that, and we are fucking you up.
Battlefield!
Boom.
Another
Motherfucking.
victory for the Von Valancius dynasty.
I love the ship battles, they're so cool. Turn-based ship combat is something that needs to be done in a lot more games. Let's see. First of all, hull repair. Second of all, even though I'm not gonna use the upgrade, or this planet. We got nothing. Dead lava world. Okay, so we are going to save. Then exit to desktop. Chat. Chat. Thank you for watching the stream if you did. We did a bunch of exploring tonight. That was pretty fun. Exploring on some rogue trader. We'll come back to that whenever it flips back around to it. Tomorrow, shall I say today, we are going to be playing some Celeste. We're going to hopefully finish it, so I'm going to try and do a little bit of an earlier stream today. Especially because of the Sonic Racing Crossworlds playtest ending soon. So, you know, we don't want to miss that either. Yeah. Yeah. And then I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but I will be back Thursday as well to continue our runs of Baldur's Gate 3. And then afterwards, Monster Hunter World, and then Immortal Redneck. Yes. So, thank you very much for watching the stream. If you did, make sure to hit all the interaction buttons. I think I'm gonna watch someone for a minute while I work on getting all sleepy. So, see who we can raid. Let's see who we can raid. Yeah, I'll go ahead and watch Moss. Go ahead and check out Moss's channel with the raid. Go ahead and follow and whatnot. And thank you very much for watching the stream. And I will see you all later today, technically. Thank you.